I'll call this meeting to order. This is the Central Front Range Transportation Planning Region meeting. I want to start off by making sure everybody signs this sign up sheet that's over here on the table before you leave. And then we'll start off with introductions and then we'll get busy. I'm Dwayne McFall, Fremont County Commissioner, and at the current time, Chairman of the EPR.
Ray Douglas, trustee from the town of Fairplay.
Bobby Tech, City Administrator, City of Victor.
Rob Price, CDOT Planning Environmental Manager.
Jeff Guthrie, Region 2 Planning.
Adam Lancaster, CDOT Region 2 Permits. Chad Wright, Region 2 CDOT Maintenance.
Samantha Hughes, Upper Arkansas Area Council of Governments.
Harlan Volkema, Mayor, Brookside.
Pepper Whitworth, CDOT Traffic.
Mac Ward, Fremont County Transit and Golden Lake Center here.
Scott Skinner, Region 2 Transit Liaison.
Karen Willis, CDOT Headquarters Office.
John Hall, CDOT Region 2 North Program Engineer.
Ted Schweitzer, Transportation, Maple Creek.
Nick Schneider, Director of Public Works, Park County. John Pickerel, Planning Intern.
Kathleen Collins, Statewide and Regional Planning, CDOT HQ.
Leo Evans, Public Works for the City of Canyon City.
Good morning, everyone. Lindsay Hawkes, CDOT Region 2 Planning.
And I see there's several online. We're gonna skip introductions there because I think it's pretty hard, but welcome to the meeting. The first order is election of the TPR chair and alternate for stack representative. So at first I would open the floor for nominations for TPR chair.
Commissioner, are you open to considering continuing your role as chair of the TPR? I would nominate Dwayne McFall as chair of the TPR.
Any other nominations? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve me by acclamation?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
been moved and seconded. Anybody opposed to that? Okay, moving on, we need a vice chair, or as it's, I don't know that it's vice chair in the bylaws. But anyway, vice chair, what do you call it? We need nominations for a vice chair for the DPR.
Commissioner Elsner on.
He's off, he's out.
He's out. He's not running for us.
Yeah, he term listed.
Term limit.
Yep.
Finish tomorrow.
Anybody willing to step up to the vice chair?
Don't bite.
Yep.
Leo?
I would roll. Yeah.
Nominate Leo Evans. The other nominations? Hard enough to get that one.
Yeah.
Unless anybody's against it, we'll put Leo in as vice chair by acclamation. Right against that? No. Okay, so stack representative, you and I will talk about that and then we'll let CDOT know.
Yeah.
Right?
That'll work.
We're gonna move on to the, what do you call that? DRMAC, Dr. Mac, DRMAC presentation.
Will I be sharing that or are you guys sharing it on your end?
You can share it on your end if you'd like.
Sure.
Can y'all see that? Should I share it on mine?
It's gonna be like that.
Can I make it bigger?
If you close out the participants on the side.
Let me try showing it this way. How's that look?
Is that better?
Is that better for you guys?
We'll try it.
All right, great. So my name is LaToya Paranti. I'm the Program and Development Manager here at DRMAC. For those who don't know who DRMAC is, essentially we are a spot where we connect folks who need rides to the providers who actually give those rides. And we used to just really focus on the 9 counties. Since this beginning of the year, we are expanding statewide. And so we really want to start making that collaboration amongst the rural areas. Specifically, what I'm going to talk to you guys about, though, is the Regional and Coordinating Councils expansion. I really feel that this is important in your areas that are not covered currently for these areas, for this situation. And so I will just kind of briefly say it again. We really focus on that educational collaboration and advocacy part of things. And so with the Regional Coordinating Council specifically, this is an area where we meet quarterly, where all of the LCCs come together, really talk about what's been working, what's not in their county, and where we can work together to make sure that these transportation providers are assisting those who need the rides to get to and from where they need to go in general, not just medical, but personal, airport, things like that. The local coordinating councils are essentially made up of government, stakeholders, community members, really focusing on older adult people with disability, low income, to really get to and from where they need to go. This is a good place for networking, really collaboration, a lot of that information there. So wanting to expand the councils in rural areas are really important. Again, that collaboration among the counties to really work with each other. I know that transit is just an issue overall for everybody. So really trying to find those areas of support for those who are falling in the gaps. This is where that comes into place. And to really better do that, we want to involve the community and make sure that we're getting a good space for that feedback on where's the challenging areas or what's really working. So again, who is involved? The organization community members, local government, stakeholders, things like that. To really start that, I really want to make sure that we're planning, really identifying those key stakeholders, really building that awareness and that engagement, how we can start building this, how many people can actually start working on this issue. Talk about a structure or design, maybe really having that starting point, have that mission and goals. What are our end goal and how can we achieve those goals? I know currently in some of the LCCs, we're working on the transportation plan itself. That specifically is in Douglas, Adams, and Jefferson County. So we are working on small pilot programs, first mile, last mile issues, things like that. For the strategy, the plan, what does that look like? It's going to be different in each county, what that focus would be and why. And then that collaboration, again, I'm going to keep talking about that because it really matters that we are all talking, we are all working together and making sure that that outcome is, measurable and reasonable. So I really want to come to you guys today to talk about establishing an RCC and or an LCC in your guys' area. Really bringing together that local government, the community organizations, and really serving that collaboration for just the community members in general to get to and from where they need to go. Again, that's going to be an issue with transportation in general. So filling those gaps, making sure that those folks that are falling through the gaps are not, and who's responsible for those pickups. And really just enhancing that quality of life because, at the end of the day, if you can't go to and from where you need to go, even if it's the doctors or the groceries, store, then we're not serving our people the right way and there's the one suffering. So I really wanted to bring this attention to you and really call that action on really, potentially getting that started and having that idea here and seeing where we fit in to help build that up since we do have some currently running and going. So that's really why I'm here. And I know that was a lot and that was pretty quick. So if you guys have any questions, I really want to make sure we had space for that. So that's that.
Anybody have any questions right off the bat? It's a lot, pretty quick. Where's the funding for this come from?
So we are currently just using volunteers to really assist this area, just because we are provided the 5310 in our area that we are covering. So we have volunteers that have been really working with us that have that ability to really help out in that area. If we wanted to talk about funding, that would probably come on that end. But really, it's just for the most part, the LCCs meet once a month, just in a space for about an hour to really talk about their issues and then go from there. And the projects are, I mean, it doesn't even have to be costly, right? We could just do a needs assessment and see where that is and see what providers are currently out there. And if you guys do have funds to support that for transportation providers, that would come from your guys' end in your county. Otherwise, for it to just be built and to be running, we really don't need funding to do that. It's more of just a space for people to come in and really work together on some issues and see where we can fit into that world. Good question.
If I may weigh in, so this, Ted Schweitzer, Transportation Director, Cripple Creek. We do have an RCC and an LCC formed at this current time for Teller County. Park County's been invited. Fremont County's been invited. We have the sheriff invited, Aspen Mine Center, local, just all kinds of local government entities, City of Victor. We meet every other month. We haven't been meeting monthly because we don't have the material to really substantiate a meeting. So we do have one formed. I can send you some information on that, but we are engaged with the community, local governments, and surrounding counties.
Yeah, that would be helpful, please. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, thank you so much for your guys' time. I appreciate that. And if you have any other questions, I'll put my information in the chat as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And that, her information and that presentation was in the calendar invite. You guys didn't see it. It's one of the. You have that. Okay. We get materials for their presentation.
I didn't get them, but I believe they're on. Joe, were you doing that presentation?
Oh, hey, Samantha. I actually in the call now. Sorry, my internet was going out, but I'm more than happy to start.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. And let me share my screen here. Oops, sorry, it looks like it's doing from, okay. Well, first off, thank you so much, everybody, for allowing Joe and I to talk on behalf of OIM to talk about the new planning CTE CEV, say that 5 times fast, planning grant. Thank you again, Ms. Hughes, for allowing us to actually talk it with you all and set this up. And I know we only have 5 minutes, so I'll try to make this as quick as possible so we can answer questions at the end. In terms of getting like a quick overview, so first in terms of this Clean Transit Enterprise, main purpose of this whole planning grant, especially from the grant funding, this entity, is really talking about the, especially they're wanting to do a primary business of reducing and mitigating the adverse environmental and health impacts of air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. So helping especially agencies yourself in terms of transitioning from diesel to electric, making sure you guys have the associated recharging infrastructure, facility modifications, planning studies, and really just making sure that you guys have the funds available for increasing transit frequency, reliability, and ridership. Now, in terms of the actual, let's see, I don't know why it's not. Oh, there you go. Now, in terms of the actual planning grant itself, basically, this is a statewide initiative that provides funding for transit agencies to help plan and prepare for the adoption of zero emission vehicles. Main goals of this is really just to see to make a plan to see if it's actually feasible in your environment, support potential infrastructure and training, set some type of agency specific goals if you guys want to go that route, and especially enhance competitiveness and funding. A quick overview of what this is not, though. This is not at all a requirement to adopt ZEVs and even an obligation to enact those plans. This is simply just a way to see if this is something that can be done in your environment and if it's even feasible to do, and especially have a good standard of what needs to happen either in terms of an agency or even technology for ZEVs to be being showed up in your agencies. Benefits of the actual plan.
Can you let him know his slides aren't advancing?
Yeah, I don't know if you're at your slides, we're not able to see that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me see what's going on. Technical difficulties as always. Okay, let's see here. Can you see this at all, or?
Yeah, we see benefits of having a ZEV transition plan.
Okay, perfect. I'll just leave it as this. This is easier. All right. So in terms of the actual like benefits of the plan itself, so big thing we've been touching on with a lot of agencies is just being more competitive to actually get those federal and state grants. So having that plan in your back pocket is just going to help you actually get those secured funding sources. So that's something a lot of agencies are just kind of utilizing to see if they can actually get those, you know, funds there. This is going to help you in terms of actually having a good comprehensive preparation for ZEVs. So supporting the detailed plans, of course, and again, identifying those conditions actually needed for zero emission vehicles be done in your local agencies. This will increase collaboration support, of course, for any type of agencies that you like to mimic or sort of work with to make those plans. And most importantly, to the infrastructure and training. So being able to identify the actual conditions needed to be able to have those necessary infrastructure. So that can be with the actual charging, safety, of course, if you guys are worried about any type of, you know, fires or so forth, that can be included in your plans, facilities, and training. And in terms of the eligibility, this would be agencies just as yourself. So nonprofits, of course, would be included, tribal governments, and closed door transit services. Great thing with this grant is that we give additional priority to those who do not have ZEV plans already established. So you guys kind of get a leg up in terms of securing that funding. And again, in terms of those eligible projects, you can just develop those plans, studies, assessments to see if ZEVs can actually work for you guys. There is a sort of asterisk with there. You do have to work with a consultant. So they'd be making sure that everything's being, of course, followed through. And again, that's going to include training, staffing, budgeting, etc. In terms of the actual application process, it is due by the 7th of February. Everything would need to require a separate application for each project, and we need a letter of commitment, and everything would be submitted via CoTrans. In terms of the actual match required, local match is only 10%, CTE would cover the 90%, so pretty good amount. And we do have a local match relief, so you can apply for that if you're not able to secure funding for it. And that's really great for especially agencies who are having some type of economic issues or, you know, troubled times currently to secure that funding. And yeah, if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to, of course, answer them right now. I'm going to put the actual website and email in the chat if you have some additional ones. But again, thank you all for letting us speak.
Are there any questions? You guys have jumped all the electric vans, I'm sure.
We're working on it.
Hey, Commissioner Saul, this is Kathleen Collins from CDOT. I just want to say Fairplay has one of the best charging stations. I've used it twice. I have an EV, and the visitor center there has a great charger. And so I just wanted to support.
From what Elsner said, that's when it's on, working.
Well, I guess I caught it when it worked.
Yeah. Elsner said it doesn't work more than it works. I don't know if it's still that way.
Must have been lucky.
I believe it's pretty reliable.
Is it now?
At this point, yeah.
He talked about somebody coming there from the city and then had to call a tow truck to get over the hill to charge. All right. No other questions, comments? Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Move on to the CDOT agenda. CDOT have an agenda?
No.
Is that right, Rob?
No.
I didn't figure there was one. Transportation update, Transportation Committee. Commission, sorry. Do we have anybody from the commission on?
I don't,
Is Commissioner Hannah Parsons on?
Oh, no, sorry. She emailed me and said that she couldn't make it.
Okay.
And I told her if she had an update, she could email it to me, but she said she didn't have anything, so.
Okay, well, just to announce, there are two new transportation commissioners, one from northeastern Colorado. His name is Todd Masters. And then there's another new commissioner serving District 5, which is northern central Colorado, replacing Jim Kelly, and his name is Cecil Gutierrez. So that's, and I think Cecil was recently sworn in and Todd was sworn in back in, for November. So that's the Transportation Commissioner news from HQ. Can everyone hear me okay from here?
They can't hear you or they did it on which.
The transcript on the bottom is coming in pretty clear.
Oh, good, okay, good.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
Legislative updates.
Crystal.
Crystal, would you like to give the legislative updates?
Good morning, everyone. I haven't received specifics since we just decided that I would provide some type of update in the event that Emily is not able to attend. So I don't have anything as of now, but I can make note that at the next meeting that I can provide that information, or if Emily wants to send out an email of anything, because session just started last week, so I haven't seen her much in the office, so I apologize for that.
Do we have any idea if there's any bills that CDOT is looking at? I mean, they dropped 100 and some bills. Were any of those related? Got some, Jeff?
Yes, the only information I received last week with Emily, and she hasn't been in the office for the last few days, so we've been just kind of missing each other. That there are a significant number of bills, but as to which ones, I don't know just yet. But honestly, what I can do, and Samantha, I can, get in touch with Emily later today and see if she can provide me just a summary, just to at least get us started with an update and then move from there.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, this is Kathleen. Emily did give an update at staff.
Yeah, Jeff, that's what I have.
Oh, okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
You bet.
I have scribblings from Stack, everybody,
Thank
for
you.
this purpose. Emily Hadaway's legislative update at last Thursday's Stack. For those of you newcomers, that's the Statewide Transportation Advisory Committee. Make sure you remember all these acronyms. Just kidding, you can ask me. The CDOT's tracking 5 or 6 bills is what I wrote down. Obviously, we're looking at the state budget closely. Looking for a balanced budget, that's priority of the governors. There's a proposal I wrote down the Transportation Commission included a 2-cent, 2-penny diesel fee plus an additional registration fee. Those are linked to a vulnerable road users bill, and that bill, the way it's written, I believe, is to get that extra money back into local government's coffers to then do those improvements on local systems. There is a mode choice bill, she called it, out of the Transportation Legislation Review Committee, if I got that acronym correct. And I cannot speak more to that without research. There was a 16th TPR bill introduced, I wrote yesterday, so that would have been last Wednesday. If you all do not know, there are 15 transportation planning regions by legislation in the state of Colorado. 5 of those are the urban metropolitan planning organizations, MPOs. The other 10 are these rural TPRs, such as yourselves. And there was a study introduced, 2 years ago now, to the Transportation Commission examining splitting up certain transportation planning regions. Central Front Range is not one of the affected ones, but you can talk to me afterwards if you would like to know what the affected ones are. It's Southeast, if that happens. But this bill was introduced to create via legislation the ability to have a 16th TPR, but it gives the choice to our Transportation Commission. Again, for the newcomers, the Transportation Commission are the governor's appointees, and that's the decision-making body that gives CDOT policy and direction. And that is all I have written down for the state legislation. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, so I have part of that. I had to keep popping in and out of stack, but that TPR one, the Transportation Commission put it on hold because in statute, it says that there's only 15 TPR, so they've got to get it through and get it into statute to allow the other one. But there was a lot of, I guess, controversy because it was going to join the two, the southeast and south central, which are all really rural. And we feel we don't get enough money in the rural ones already. So then you add those two together, which is huge territory. And it would have made it worse. And then split the ones up in the northeastern corner. So we'll see. Hopefully that one will get pushed through and see what happens with it. Anything else on legislative updates? That vulnerable person bill or whatever they passed is kind of a scam, I think. But it was, if you get hit with a vehicle that's heavy, you get hurt worse than if you get hit with a vehicle that's not as heavy, and it's just it's another way to add a tax, a fee. Sorry, it's a terrible bill. But anyway, okay, my opinion just squares out with that. CDOT North Program and local agency update. CDOT, we have anything on the?
I think I'm up next.
Okay.
Just a real quick, thanks, Rick. The 9285 Fairplay project and the 115 west of side of Fort Carson project. So those projects are basically substantially complete, which is a term we don't technically use in CDOT, but I'm going to use it anyway. Basically means that you could see a little bit of work on the 115 next month, still very minor work, just to clean it up, the linears and all. You could see a little bit more substantial, like striping and stuff like that in Fairplay next year. Just to finish things out and have a little directing work, but yay, that those projects are pretty much there. On my memo, I have is near completion. It's really in the same status. The 50 resurfacing there, all of these are really in the same status now. Substantially complete. 115 resurfacing there from east of Salida through Coaldale. Just got a little bit of bridge work still ongoing on that one. 115 and 50 roundabout, the chair's favorite project, I think. That is pretty much opened up and operating. 24, so on the east side of Colorado Springs in El Paso County, 24 east of Woodman through Peyton, resurfacing is also wrapped up. The 9 and the 285 chain up stations, we finally do have lights on the grant location. Just getting still that last electrical stuff worked out, but those are also operating and running, if not fully with all the signals and lighting. Project of interest this coming year, we're going to be seeing the resurfacing from basically through Bailey up to the Jefferson County line. That's a big resurfacing project. That included $1 million of RPP that I think you might discuss. RPP funding, but that project was successfully awarded. On that, the other projects, the 8 Mile Hill safety improvements, 24 Woodland resurfacing. Oh, I'm sorry. The 8 Mile project is in design. We're putting in for the grant a second time. We do also have a 24 west of Woodland Park resurfacing project that also successfully awarded. So we are looking forward to that improvement. That's basically through about Coruscant and then to where the previous overlay from last year, and then they're west of Woodland Park. And technically in the PPACG area, but the improvements on the about a mile, half a mile to a mile north of 24 on 67 that also successfully awarded. So we had a good run this year. 3 of those 4 projects, well, 2 of them in Central Front Range, the one in Woodland Park there, technically in PPACG, but all 3 successfully awarded. So And then just looking at longer term picture for 2026, we do have a resurfacing from east of Peyton through Callahan that will include a passing lane and the resurfacing of 69 there hillside to Texas Creek that had been postponed in years past, but we should be on track for those two. And then two 10-year projects along with, I'm sorry, I should say first, 115 Penrose Concrete Rehab Project is planned for 2027. And then two 10-year projects listed on the memo, Canyon City through 115 from Canyon City through Florissant and basically back up to 50. Resurfacing and shoulder widening. We're in the process of designing that. Along with, there's 10-year projects for 60, the little segments of 67, 120 in that same area there around Florence. Excuse me if I just mentioned it, said Florissant again. Florence, and then also the US 50 resurfacing Penrose to the Provo County, all on the docket, 10-year projects, but they're 27 plus projects. I think this year will enlighten us in terms of exactly what is coming when.
That bridge on 50 up by Howard, what took so long on that, you know, on that resurfacing? They replaced the bridge up there?
The deck.
It took forever for them to get that bridge back open in both lanes.
It's just the bridge work. It's the challenges of having a paving contractor, you know, that is 99% of the work. 90% of the work, and then getting the new subs. They're effectively, it definitely had some challenges on schedule with that.
So I'm not gonna say it was a great idea for that roundabout at 115, but it seems to be working.
My traffic.
Record it.
But I also said that if it's not made big enough, it won't work. It seems that it's big enough. The only, I think one of these days, as you're headed northbound, I guess you'd call it, coming out of the circle and the guardrail that sits right there just before the bridge, that is straight on, man. That's gonna get wiped out soon, if it hasn't already, with a little bit of ice. Because as you're coming out of the turn, it's right there.
I think they've adjusted it a little bit. On
Yeah,
the configuration.
just straight on, and a little piece of ice, and I'm gonna hit it, but anyway. I didn't say that it was recorded. How could you delete that? Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Okay, local agency updates. I really don't have anything. You, anybody, local? Eric,
Not really.
Leo, you got anything?
Nope, we awarded our bump out project on 3rd and Main at council last week, so we're gonna start construction on that. That's a revitalizing Main Street grant through CDOT. So it'll be getting underway in the next couple weeks and then hopefully wrapped up right around the time Blossom Fest starts, first week of May.
Our county got awarded a RCP grant the other day. Recanting, Bailey.
The city of Victor was awarded a Main Street revitalization grant for $1 million for our ice cream project, so. We'll be moving for that this week.
Cool. Money flowing.
And just as I do have one thing though, just as a notice for CDOT is that tomorrow we're gonna be announcing the Central Service Center project in Divide.
Say that again?
It's the Central Service Project in Divide, Central Service Building. And we'll be announcing that tomorrow, but our engineers will probably be reaching out to you for traffic flow because it'll be likely adjacent to Highway 67, just south of the 24 intersection.
Lachelle, did you have something?
Yes, thanks. Part of the packet, there's a list of local agency projects that have grant funding right now. A lot of them you'll see on there are complete and we're just trying to close those out, getting finals documentation. Some of them need construction funding. And so one of them actually had some project savings. So there was going to be about $82,000 that's going to go back into the MMOF pot of money. And then I know there's several people looking forward to the call for projects coming up for that. But if anybody has any specific questions on the list that's in the packet, then just let me know.
Thanks, Lachelle. Is there anyone else online that's got any updates? Okay. Moving on. Planning updates.
That's probably me, and I don't know if I have anything because most of this meeting will be dominated by the 2050 long range.
That's what I was wondering.
At the what? Am I forgetting something? Of course.
We will be setting out invitations for the joint TPR meeting.
Thanks.
And then we also have the fiscal year 29 regional priority programming. And I don't know if there's anything MMOF that you wanted to mention.
We'll get there.
Didn't we have a Google poll or something for that joint TPR meeting already? I thought so.
Yes, sir. We're just finalizing a few things on the dates.
Okay, we'll get back to you, Jeff. Regional priority program, RPP.
So I'll go ahead and start this one off. I don't know if Samantha can pull it up. Sorry.
Sorry.
You may have a handout. I know you're busy.
That difficulty again where my computer's not letting me pull this up.
You have this sheet in front of you. Samantha will probably be pulling it up for the
I'm trying to see if we're trying to see if Lindsay can share it on her screen.
But really,
is it sharing? Hold on, let me see. Stand by. Oh yeah, Lindsay's sharing it.
yeah, we printed out because it's small enough on there that you will be able to see it. But so last month or last TPR meeting, I believe back in October, we came to you. We're looking to add fiscal year FY 29 of our regional priority projects in order to add the next out year to our 4-year plan that'll be going out for public review in March timeframe. So this is really just procedural, I think, at this point. In October, we presented the $1 million project. It's more than $1 million, but added $1 million to the project for the Canyon City Florence shoulder widening and safety improvements. It's part of our 10-year plan. That's ongoing. So if you have specific questions, I'll let you ask John Hall, but really what I'm asking at this meeting is approval of adding that $1 million to your FY 29 list of RPP projects. So I don't know if you guys have any questions. Don't want to be redundant if you guys were here last month or last meeting on those safety improvements. But if you have questions, I think John Hall might be able to give you a better update where we're at on that.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, sir. Arlen Bolton, Mayor of Brookside. So I know it's probably in the planning part yet, but does it include widening turn lanes and things like that onto Brookside Street, where we have the Head Start and some of those real tight intersections, where we've had a considerable number of accidents and some fatalities last year?
I'd have to check on that location. I know that we're having trouble with significant auxiliary lane additions, including we're gonna do the left turn. In that one stretch coming off the roundabout and going east, and it's just the budgets are definitely constrained in that. The focus of the work is gonna be resurfacing the entire stretch. And certainly some drainage improvements that are necessary for the safety of the road and shoulder improvements. We will certainly be looking at, you're right, it's the auxiliary lane stuff with the design, and it really is just kicking off. In fact, I just approved the paperwork for the design task order to really get survey and everything rolling into gear. So, but there will definitely be, the intent is for my team to definitely have public meetings and really get with these local agencies in the area to get consensus on both using the limited resources at the best locations possible.
And I appreciate that. I just want to put in a plug for some of that because of the fatalities that were there last year on a couple of occasions. Ash and Willow and you're correct, it's difficult to get the width to put in turn lanes, especially coming off Brookside, because there's a bridge right there. And then you're talking about widening that whole area in order to get a right-hand turn lane onto that. So, thank you.
You wouldn't mind chatting with me afterwards to make sure, keep me in, I'll just pass on to make sure.
I'd love to, thank you.
Well, I hope the idea of that whole thing to start with was to make it safer for pedestrians and everybody else that tries to walk and ride bikes down it. And then those turns, especially through Lincoln Park and Brookside, but all the way to Florence too, with those pinball alleys that goes all the way. It's just a dangerous road all the way through, so, but it's a long stretch as well, so it's gonna take quite a bit.
Yeah, we heard loud and clear the last time, you know, especially kind of getting the guardrail pushed back, shoulders in those areas, in particular is a focus for sure. So, and if I might point out, just the focus of the handout, of course, is the new $1 million, but I just want to point out that there's two lines under, there's the $1 million of CY 20 of fiscal year 2025 money that is showing it's unbudgeted, but that was an important part of budgeted funds to allow us to award that Bailey to the Jefferson County Line Resurfacing Project. And there's also a line for $900,000 for Highway 9. You guys recently approved that you have budgeted. Plus do a little design work at some of the issues up there and even hopefully get some repairs. Some very minor repairs of $100,000 to start.
Okay, any other questions for John? And entertain a motion to approve the FY 29 $1 million for the RPP.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that? Anybody against that? Done.
Perfect. And like Lindsay pointed out, the next step is gonna be our joint TPR where we just bring everyone together. We have about an hour scheduled for it. I bet you it takes 10-15 minutes. So if you have questions, you're welcome to bring them. And we're hoping, just FYI, I've tasked Jeff with trying to find a more streamlined approach to RPP. So we're not doing this every year. So we'll talk internally and see if we can't make it a bit easier. So thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Informational MMOF, we're gonna talk about that now.
There's just a little bit of an update. Thank you, Sam. Sam released the call for MMOF projects, MMOF multimodal options and mitigation fund, or else I messed that up.
Yep.
MMOF focus, just for the newbies in the room, is really alternative transportation. So not new lanes, new car facilities. Instead, it pays for transit projects, operating or capital. It pays for bike and pedestrian infrastructure, things like that. It also even pays for, if like Canyon City was the awardee a couple of years back, to do a multimodal study, Canyon City called it, just looking at multimodal connections around inside city limits on the local network. That call is out. The draft applications are due Friday, January 24th. Do please reach out to either Sam or myself with any questions. I'll probably be a better resource, no offense.
No, that's fine.
Sam's very busy. I'll happily pass out cards if anybody does not have my contact information. But again, those draft applications are due January 24th. So far, I've seen one transit project application from Teller Senior Coalition, but there's still plenty of time, everybody. And if you all are not familiar with, it's not an attachment for this meeting, but Sam did email all of these attachments out with the opening of the call, and I can happily follow that up with information. The amount of funding, I thought I had this in front of me, but the amount of funding for this entire project call over the, 5 years that we are doing this, sorry, I thought I had this readily available, was approaching $1.5 million. So it's real money for Central Front Range PPR. It is over at least 4 calendar years of funding. And then with Lachelle's great news of project savings being added back, it's even more. So that's all I have. Unless anybody has questions on MMOF, do please follow up with me afterwards and I will take however much time you need to answer your questions.
So you've received one, you said, have you got any other inquiries?
I've definitely inquiries. And since draft applications are not yet due, nobody panic.
Yeah.
The application is a fillable PDF. The scoring is decided by you all in the room. That's already set, the different criteria weighting. And if you turn in an application, chances are you're going to score. You'll be voluntold to do that. Just giving everybody a heads up. You won't score your own, but you can score everybody else's. And we will cross that bridge. But this timeline I'm holding up was included in the email from Sam back on December 27th. And it does have the draft applications, our internal review period where, like Rob's environmental team as an example, does their fatal flaw analysis of your project. Are there underground storage tanks that you have to mitigate? Just things like that. And then we will return your draft application, yours truly will, to each and every one of you with our comments, tell you what to look out for, possibly build in a little bit of extra money for things like environmental clearances so that your local agency does not have to shoulder that financial burden. We do want to help. And those final applications are not due until the first Friday in March 7th. So there is plenty of time. The whole point of it is there's plenty of time for us to help you all develop the best application you possibly can. That is all I have unless anybody has questions.
Yeah, City of Cripple Creek is in priority for sure. It's a definite 100% because we have our city sidewalks in the park that, because the cost of the concrete and all that is more. So in order to finish the entire project, we have to go for more funding.
I didn't, that's not everything. Thank you for jogging my memory, Connie. If you have an existing project, possibly, and you're looking for augmenting supplemental funding, MMOF could possibly be a source for that as well. So do please weigh in. Hey, Lachelle, fire away.
Hey, I just wanted to make sure, if you don't turn in a draft application, are you allowed to turn in a final application?
Thank you. That's an excellent question, Lachelle. If you do not turn in a draft application, that is your chance. You are not allowed to turn in a final. The whole point of that is that so by the time your draft application is due, we at CDOT have again given you every last piece of information you could possibly need to give us the best application without any kind of strange flaws, unintended consequences, things like that. Thanks, Lachelle.
Yep, thank you. I'm also available for any questions as well.
Excellent question. Lachelle, Jeff, could you maybe touch on the other grant program that's out right now? Is HSIP is out on a call for projects right now and it's due before our next meeting as well?
That's correct. And it's for, I believe it's for fiscal year 28, funding year 28.
I want to say it's Highway Safety Improvement Program. It's $3-ish million for all of Region 2. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I believe so.
I think it's due February, third week of February, end of February, something like that.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Leo.
looking.
Yeah, exactly.
February 21st, it's due.
That helps pay for local safety. That helps pay local agencies for safety improvements to your local network as well. That's what Leo's bringing up. Reach out after the meeting, start with maybe Pepper, but Pepper's usually not the traffic engineer that runs that. It's Matt.
It's Jason.
Jason, okay, so it's our Region 2 traffic program engineer. His name is Jason Nelson. We can also give you that contact information. Thanks, Leo. Good point.
Isn't it amazing how expensive concrete's getting?
It's horrible.
Terrible. Oh, terrible. Okay. HQ, CDOT updates. Anything?
This is Kathleen Collins. Yes, we already mentioned the TC updates. Jeff covered the stack legislative update. There is something else going on with grant programs that you should be aware of. We have what we call a new unit at HQ called the Subrecipient Grant Support Unit. And the idea is to centralize and streamline the grants process so that where there's overlap, things can be more easily accessed for both the applicants as well as the recipients and CDOT staff too, to make it easier for everyone involved. And so it's a difficult task because there's so many different funding sources and colors of money. But if we can somehow centralize it, it'll make things a lot better for everyone involved. And the woman who's leading that group, her name is Alejandra Diaz. And so this is in its infancy, and we're right now identifying a tool that we could use to manage grants centrally at CDOT. And so that's what we're working on now, to figure out which tool would be best for that task. So that's something important to cover.
Okay, thanks, Kathleen. I forgot to mention before this meeting started, and I just saw Adam leave. If anybody has to go to the restroom, they're down the hall, but they're locked, so you gotta ask the person here at the desk for them. You've gotta lock them to keep the homeless from screwing them up and tearing them up, so.
Chair McFall?
Yes.
Also, we are having, and this is more related to Miss Samantha Hughes, but there's going to be a TPR administrator meeting held on February 6th. It's after STAC. And if you, Chair, or Vice Chair Evans would like to also attend, you're welcome to, but we just wanted you to be aware that that meeting is going to be discussing how TPRs are administered and the invoicing process for getting reimbursed for travel and fees that are involved with administering a TPR.
Yeah, that was an interesting segment of STAC too. I forgot about that. We've talked about it before, but I totally forgot about it. In Central Front Range, we haven't used any of that money. We have what, 12?
It's
however
really
much sitting
for,
there.
yeah, my
Right.
hours and mileage. We don't,
Right.
yeah.
And we haven't claimed any of that or anything.
If you have any support, you need to update your website or things like that, that also applies. Because that's a newer requirement that the TPRs all have that. And also making documents accessible. If you get support for that, that would also be something that's covered and eligible. So that's something for you guys to consider. And one last administrative thing. At STAC, we're starting to be more formal about roll call. We have always taken roll call, but we've never established a quorum before. And so I think it almost makes sense here to do something similar there. You wouldn't have to listen to every single person who's attending remotely, but if you had a list of all the RPC members from the, counties, towns, and municipalities, you could just go down that list and confirm who's attending. And then that way you're ensuring you're recording who's attending from the RPC. But also, if someone's not vacant, you could check in with them because you want to get as much representation on these discussions as you can. So that's something else for you guys to consider, like adding a roll call to the agenda just for the RPC members, as well as noting who's in the room.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay.
Dwayne, in the chat,
Yeah.
Crystal had put something in a little while ago. She says, from Emily, CDOT is tracking 11 bills, however, do not have much of a legislative agenda this year beyond our agency's role in helping to balance the budget. We will start sending a weekly written update this week.
Yeah, last I heard it was down to $600,000 shortfall or something. I don't know. It's a huge deficit. Where do you take it from? Thanks, Sam. Okay. It looks like we hit the fun stuff. 2050 RTP.
We have some handouts of ones of the presentation and ones of projects. So here's the project.
Can you share your screen for this part?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. No, why don't we pull up PDFs?
I'll take it to everybody.
I think I'll start with the table.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I don't need this.
And then we have a copy of the presentation.
Good. Thank you.
Oh, you got yours already? Yeah.
Well, everything's getting passed around.
Sorry, I'm dancing.
Kind of do introductions. Introductions again. Aaron Willis, CDOT headquarters office in the statewide and regional planning section. So I'm really happy to be here, first of all. And happy to be able to share this presentation with you. Let's see. See all this stuff. Let me get this.
Thank you.
So this is the third meeting that we've had, is related to your updated Central Front Range TPR 2050 Regional Transportation Plan. And so we are really getting close to being done here, kind of heading toward the home stretch. Let's see here. Screen there. Let's see. Give me just a second to pull up the presentation. And let me know if you can see that. Yeah, there we go. Can folks online see the presentation full screen? And can folks online hear me okay?
I can hear you, I can see it, but
Okay.
I don't see full screen.
You don't see it full screen, huh? Oh. Let's see. How about now? Is that coming
Yeah,
up this
better.
screen?
Thanks.
Okay. All right, perfect. So yeah, we are really getting close. We've done quite a bit of work in terms of refining your TPR goal areas, your goals, your focus areas. Don't think we really touched the vision too much. And then really the probably the most important part folks would agree with, hopefully, is the projects. So what we've done different than previous years is we've used a data-informed process to take your priorities, score them, and then that's really the meat and potatoes of what I'd like to share with everybody today, as the result of the scoring on your priorities. So as you can see on our timeline, we've provided the refresher and provided a regional transportation plan context. We did some discussions last time we met. And then
And then we are right now, looking to share with you, the priority projects. So,
Hey, Aaron, I got a question actually. Sam, after the last meeting, we had that survey sent out because we added some priorities to that. And at one point, we only had like 4 people.
That's all we
Is
got.
that all that ever responded to that?
Yeah.
yeah, but we did identify 2 new projects from that effort, which were scored.
Good, okay. With that being said, though, if we get something again after this meeting, you guys see it, try to take those surveys, because that helps start planning. I don't know who the 4 were for sure, but it really doesn't matter. Just the more we can get, the more ideas we get on the table and stuff, so.
Yeah, so let's do that. I can, after we had completed that, I closed the survey, but we can absolutely reopen it, and I can send the link out to you again, and you can send it out and we can reopen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a
It
problem.
wouldn't be a bad idea just to see if there's something we're missing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yep. So, what we've done here, what we hope to accomplish today really is just, looking at that ranked top 25 priority projects. We'll also take a look in what I think you're looking at now in this, 11 by 17 sheet is not only your priorities, but, what we call it the project database. You can also call it the project appendix, so it goes beyond the top 25. It is a list of projects that came through our previous planning process. So we're absolutely holding on to those, and you get an updated status. The handout provides an updated status on those projects as well. All right, so again, as a recap, just from starting at our regional regional transportation plan process, there's a regional plan. There's also the health, the transit and human services transportation plan, the transit plan. And then those help us to then develop our statewide transportation plan and also our statewide transit plan. And then, as soon as we finish those two critical pieces, we will then start the process to developing our new 10-year plan. And then our 10-year plan really serves as the source of projects that we use to then develop the STIP. And all along the way, we use data, of course, to make the best possible decisions available, and then the public in our community input is just critical throughout every stage. All right. So again, just another recap on Policy Directive 14. Policy Directive 14 is what the transportation commissioners have developed, and those are the guiding principles for plan development and implementation. So these really serve as the guiding principles on how we will select and move forward and build the 10-year plan. And those are advancing transportation safety, fixing our roads, sustainably increasing transportation choice. So these will be the main building blocks, the main foundational elements as we move into the development of the 10-year plan. So again, on the funding, we talked briefly about this at our last meeting, but just a refresher. There are different funding pieces that we use for different types of projects. Generally speaking, we use what's called strategic funding. These are our larger funding sources that include both state and federal funding sources that we use to then prioritize our Policy Directive 14 goals, which include regional needs, and those then in turn are used to build our 10-year plan. But that's not all of our funding. There are other funding sources that are not categorized as strategic funding, RPP being an example, MMOF, safe, routes to school. Safe routes to school, but,
Safer streets for all.
yeah, no, you all just got a grant for
Main Street.
Revitalize Main Streets, RMS. Thank you. Those other funding sources that you use to also help with implementing your TPR vision, implementing your goals, helping to identify and fund other TPR projects. All right, so we are now recapping just some of the decisions that we've already made. Let's just make sure that we've got this right. You've got your vision, which I think is pretty rock solid. I think we solidified that at our last meeting. Our goals the recommendation there was to add a congestion goal. I think we've crafted something. I hope that works for everybody here. And then our focus areas, I think we made just a slight modification there, and then we'll get into the ranking of projects. So this was your goal. This was the vision. We think we're good with the existing vision. There was recommended no changes to the vision at our last meeting. And then in terms of goals, the recommendation was a goal that I think we crafted. Let me read this to make sure everybody is fine with this. Supporting investments that address traffic congestion was the additional goal I think that was recommended. Good. And then focus areas, I think the only addition here to a focus area was to add safety, which makes a lot of sense. All right, so when last time we talked, it was the desire of the TPR to use Policy Directive 14 criteria, which again were safety, fixing our roads, sustainably increasing transportation choice. In addition to that was to add a safety/congestion measure, and then an economic vitality freight measure, and also a resilience measure. So when we went to, here's the survey that we talked about. We had that open from October to mid-November. We did identify some projects there, but we can absolutely, like you say, Chair, we can open that back up and see if there's anything else that might want to be included. And let me say this now. If there are additional project ideas that come out of that, we can simply score them and then just add them to the list, and then share that back with you at our fourth meeting and see where we want to be. If we just wanted to add it as a priority, maybe you have 26 priorities, or maybe it goes into the project appendix. Totally up to you and the consensus of the TPR. All right. So we took a look at your top 25 projects for scoring purposes. And so let me review the project prioritization framework. Okay, so what we've done is we've created a relatively simple scoring range for each one of the criteria, 0 to 3. We did evaluations using quantitative data, the best data available. And then what you'll see is we used really just sort of an or type of approach. Maybe a project has high drivability life or poor pavement. You'll see that as I walk through, but we use this sort of an or piece for each criteria and conditions to be met. And then, of course, Policy Directive 14 goals were foundational. And then the inclusion of additional goals and focus areas can be incorporated into the prioritization process. So we present this to you totally as a draft. Just looking for your reaction on that, on this. So let's start off with safety. What we did is we want to talk about the policy directive targets. And then what we did, the evaluation question that we asked for each one of the projects was, will this project reduce the number of fatal or serious injury crashes? or involving vulnerable road users. So we use the 2021 to 2023 CDOT crash data. We also use level of service safety data and additional the project description. So again, it's if a project is just a specifically targeted safety project, that would score 3, or if the project is located on a state highway with level of service safety as high, or if a project includes active transportation elements and is located in an area with high density of vulnerable roadway user crashes. And then you can see the criteria here, just sort of descending from there. You get to level of service safety at a moderate or a moderate density of vulnerable roadway users, or an average or low. And then if a project doesn't have sort of any of those safety related elements, it would score a 0. Criteria number 2 is fixing our roads. So basically what we're trying to, what PD 14 is trying to accomplish, we're trying to, as a state, trying to address interstate pavement in poor condition or at 1% of statewide by 2037. Also, state highway pavement drivability life at or above 80% high/moderate statewide, and it also includes the pavement for bridge decks in good condition. So what we used here was a combination of drivability life drivability, basically drivability life, and then this is one of the measures that doesn't apply to transit. So when I do the big drum roll and the big reveal on the project priorities, we separated out the transit projects from our highway projects, because a lot of the criteria applies. This criteria that you all selected applies to all the highway projects, but only a little bit of it applies to the transit projects. So likely, the transit projects have lower scores. So we try to pull those off to the side a little bit separately, and then you'll see the highway projects. So if a project would enhance drivability life and is located on a highway with low drivability life, that's the best score you could get. Or if a project would enhance the pavement condition on the interstate in poor condition, or project would improve the condition of a bridge in poor condition. Those are the top criteria that would receive a 3. And then it just sort of works its way down there. Moderate drivability life or fair condition, or if a project would enhance drivability life is located on a highway with high drivability life, and we get a 1 here. Okay, increasing transportation choice. So mainly this criteria, projects score high if they add, enhance, or support statewide passenger rail or busing transit service, either helping with operations, capital, rolling stock, or amenities. A project would score a 2 if it enhances or support regional transportation services. And then a project scores 1 if it supports local transit service. All right, so those were the PD 14 goals. Let's get into some of the additional criteria that you all selected, mainly the first one being risk and resilience. So really the evaluation question here is, what's the potential of a project to improve resilience to natural hazards like flooding, burn scar, geohazards, fire, avalanche, etc. So what we have here is CDOT's asset resiliency mapping tool, which is linked here, and fully transparent. Anybody can log on and look at areas of the state where CDOT staff has went in and done an analysis to identify critical roads And so this measures high criticality and moderate criticality and low criticality. And we've simply just applied a 3, 2, 1 based on those three, based on those three levels. All right, freight, economic vitality and freight. So this one is also pretty straightforward. Is the project important to the state's economic vitality due to benefits to freight movement? So what we've done is from the 2024 Colorado Freight Plan, we've identified those Colorado freight corridors. So simply put, if a project is on one of those freight corridors, it gets a 3. And then we work our way down from there, 2 being a US highway, 3 being a project located on a regionally important freight corridor. And what we've done here is we've mapped out those freight corridors for you here. 285 being one, 50 being one, 24 on the eastern part of the TPR. We've also included just generally the average daily truck annual average daily volumes for several of your corridors in the TPR. I think we've got pretty good things matched pretty well here, generally, at least with 284. But there's some additional high volume truck routes in the TPR.
What do they use for those, Aaron? Is it like a 5-year average or something, or a year average? You know,
That's an annual average.
Annual
there.
average?
Yeah.
So if it's a fresh annual average, it's wrong on this end because Highway 50 was closed most of the year because of the bridges. There's a lot of factors that mess with that.
So this would have been, we created this, so when was it closed? Was it last all of 2024?
Yeah. Okay. And this may have been before that, but
yeah.
Same with I-70 when it gets shut down, it increases ours too.
Yeah.
285, yeah, sure. You said it like crazy.
All right, the last criteria was mobility in growth areas. So the evaluation question is, would the project increase person moving capacity or reduce congestion? So we use this statewide travel model for this, the base year and 2045. So basically the question that we're asking here is, if a project is located on a corridor with existing or future volume over capacity greater than 1 and would add project carrying capacity, either it's transit infrastructure, bike lane, general travel lanes, intersection capacity, operational improvements, it would score a 3. And so if we are above average growth for the region, that's a 2. If we're below average growth for the region, that's a 1. Right. So those are the criteria that you all selected. Here's how things scored. So you have 2 new projects here. We just named them A and B, new A and new B. Mainly, your top 3 projects are located on US 50, one being Canyon City, a vulnerable road user safety improvements, shoulder widening were feasible along US 50, scored a 12. US 50 corridor plan was a 12. You've got 24, you've got another 50. But if you look sort of just back out from the list, you'll see just a number of shoulder widening, some passing lanes, a lot of shoulder and safety improvements, which of course would score well with what you had selected. Passing lanes, shoulder improvements, safety study, and then things around that with ITS. So I will pause here, let you kind of absorb that a little bit.
Did we ask for some better description of something?
Did we ask?
I don't know, can I ask?
Oh, yes. Yes, we can.
I'm kind of curious about the new A and new B, as well as the other two US 50 projects
Mhm.
at the top. Assume those are Kansas City. Leo, can you?
The A and B are ones I submitted. I have to go back and find that survey to get down to the gist of it. I think my big point on number A was we've had, can't remember if it was 2 or 3 pedestrian fatalities on US 50, kind of in the east end of town, and just trying to find a way to reduce that number, either by slowing speed or adding some pedestrian facilities in that area, so there are places for people to be rather than on the road. I think, I'd have to look again, I think the CDOT maps designate US 50 as a freeway all the way up to like Reynolds Avenue, which is well into town, which I think we'd like to have that reconsidered possibly to readjust that back out. The B was targeted towards the congestion, just to have an active traffic management system that's actively monitoring and watching traffic and adjusting the signals in real time, rather than having them run on a fixed cycle all time through town, so that they can be more adaptive to the changing needs throughout the day and the year of the traffic. So traffic counters and signals that adjust with the volume on the streets were my two that I proposed.
So do we know if the US 50 corridor plan is the original one that was on the?
What came from the 2040?
Not the US 50 corridor plan. Okay.
I guess to that point, I think that one's complete. I think that got paid through local agency funding.
I think we scrapped it. We decided not to move forward with it, right? I mean, that'd be the.
That's what I'm, well, that's kind of where I'm going with this. I think there was the corridor plan, which is complete. The planning document, but the corridor plan, so implementation of that plan includes the items that Leo's talking about.
Yes, so I was gonna bring this up, and thanks, Adam. So,
The point of,
2641 is a plan, and I think what Leo's referring to is implementing parts of that plan. Is that correct?
That's not something I proposed. I almost think that's a carryover of the access management plan that we had programmed in the last cycle that the city decided not to move forward with.
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's, so the new projects that you brought up have found solutions that we presented before. I'm curious I'm worried about whether there's public support for those solutions that have been previously proposed for that, which include the access control plan.
There's a way to drill down on these projects if you want me to. When you look it up in the planning document, do you know what I'm talking about? There's like links that go to a link. Do you want me to find that?
Yeah,
I'm gonna unplug.
the project,
You guys are gonna see the crazy screen, so.
the project sheet, the project sheets. Let me see if I can find those two. I'm gonna stop sharing for those who are online.
I think it's this one. I have to play with this every once in a while and see. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
The fact sheets?
Yeah.
There's a way to drill down. There's a link.
That's the point, one of the points I'm trying to make is that they really all fit under that one corridor plan improvement. But there's significant elements that are missing for those others to happen. An example you mentioned, Leo, is the categorization of the highway, right? So that's tied to access control.
Yeah.
Am I in the right place?
Yeah, but you're not gonna be able to find them because we had to take them offline for accessibility reasons. But if I can pull them back up. What was the project number again?
It was
2461.
It's also on my set list, there's a little bit more detail on the 11 by.
I don't think it's gonna go bigger again. How big?
Yeah, see, on the front page of the big handout, it had been marked off, it was stuck in needed. What you
Like
call it?
Yeah.
So part of that US 50 corridor plan, a big component of it was eliminate the frontage roads. Those frontage roads cause a significant issue with our traffic signal timing. Simply putting in an adaptive system isn't gonna solve our problem, right? We have to start eliminating movements on Highway 50 to better utilize the capacity that exists. So those frontage roads really create issues. The frontage roads also, I believe this is right, provided a space for the multimodal system to be further developed in Canyon City. So in our opinion, these two projects are premature because we haven't fulfilled portions of that US 50 corridor plan. That the access control plan really needs to be reconsidered before we go down some other paths.
Well, and if I recall, there wasn't public support for any of that out there.
Not for that,
No,
explain.
Yeah, for getting rid of those frontage roads, because that sends traffic through neighborhoods and everything else.
That's the concern, yeah.
Yeah,
It also impacts business access too, doesn't it?
100%.
Victoria Chavez dropped some stuff in the chat. She said it's very hard to comment on these as there are no limits. Costs would be helpful too, given the criteria, how can a plan score so well?
What happened to your lighting of Highway 50 on these? Did you not get that funding?
No, we got funding for the first phase of it. It's under construction right now. It's on the local agency list from Michelle.
May I ask, the December 2024 council adopted the multimodal master plan?
Yes.
That's what the name implies, and that's on local streets, right? But it did consider the 50 corridor?
It did consider the 50 corridor as well, yeah.
So,
Sorry, I have to just chime in now too. It's Victoria.
yes,
When you say US 24, you've got two projects that have exactly the same description. There's no way to tell where those are. There's not even a map. So I'm really struggling with how to give you any comments, any guidance, or to make any kind of recommendations.
so let me get those pulled up too.
Might it be beneficial to like send this out and do another survey and then folks can respond to that?
So to that point, on this other handout, and I don't know if Victoria has it or not, but it breaks those two down. The first one, 1647 is passing lanes, and then the other one is a statewide fiber.
Yep.
So I don't know if Victoria has access to this.
This was part of the meeting.
Is it on
This
the
been out with the meeting, materials, right?
I don't know.
I think they did. Yeah, I think they did.
So what is it called?
It's
The
the
document?
RTP,
The Front Range RTP projects, there is a deal on the calendar invite, I believe, that has that.
let's see, you've got the agenda. Yeah, it's Central Front Range updated Appendix B for 2050 RTP development number 2 PDF.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah. Yes.
I think it would be helpful if you could send the way you can drill down on these, how there's like slides for each one. You know what I'm talking about? It was in that plan, but
Mhm.
like you can actually click on the project ID.
Oh, the project sheet,
We
the
can
project description.
if we can send that out, because that gives a way more detailed
Yep.
explanation of all these projects.
Yep, we could do that.
Yeah, because
So-
even this other spreadsheet that you have in here, some of them have limits and lots of others of them do not.
Yes. So let's go back to Adam's question about US 50 Canyon City vulnerable roadway user safety improvements in the corridor plan. What's the proposal there? Is it just to keep this as an independent project, or?
Well, I was thinking that, it seemed to make sense to me that Cause they'd all score, they all would score the same.
Mhm.
The scoring, I think, is accurate, and I think the project, that there's merits to the projects. I think it's just the way they're listed, it could almost be one project under
Oh, I see.
US 50 corridor plan implementation.
Okay.
Which,
Parentheses.
as Pepper mentioned, includes some other elements, but I think that would be a more accurate way to, and then you're also not, that also would help other projects move up into the top 25 as well.
What's that?
Yeah, no objection to that.
Okay.
They're both
US
going
50.
after the same goals in the same area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we can make that change. Did we get that change, John?
On it.
All right. And then to your point, Victoria, just to, yeah, we can go back and add a little bit more to these project descriptions. What would probably really be helpful with this is maybe maybe consistency on the mileposts probably is the answer to helping to where things are.
Does the new proposal incorporate the new B project under that as well? The active.
Oh. Yeah, let me put.
Yeah, my question on that was actually kind of similar to what we just talked about. Is that part of that US 50 corridor plan for active traffic management systems within that? It would seem like it would fall under that umbrella.
Yeah, it has the same goals. How you get there's a little different maybe, but it has the exact same. It's one of the main goals of the corridor plan.
Yeah, there's specific elements of that.
Right.
They both fit into there.
But yeah, I think what we're trying to avoid though is obviously what appears to be three separate projects that are actually one very linked project that
Right.
extend into multiple.
Can't do one without the other kind of scenario.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and that's like Adam mentioned, that moved a couple others up on the plan.
Bingo.
We're done with this one. I don't want to jump, but I do want to add some clarification to separate project. US 50, we have it listed on the, I guess, the updated appendix B there, and it's project number 1009, US 50 passing lanes east of Salida. Just want to provide some back history on that one. Technically, that one is not done. There was a project that was done just on the other side of our TPR by Region 5 on US 50. And I guess we're just really asking whether or not we should remove this one or keep it on there, because that got completed. And then when we updated our 10-year plan last go round, we took the money from this project and moved it over to 8 Mile. So I just want to, we can keep it on here, or we can remove it because there was a similar project that was done just a few miles outside of our TPR.
Well, the only thing I would caveat is I don't think it was outside of the TPR region. It was in the county boundary. It was in the.
Yeah, but the region changes within the county.
This is the region.
Right.
It was
Well,
within the region 5 maintenance boundary.
It's right there. So it's within our maintenance area, I think.
No, it's within their maintenance area, but.
Oh,
Okay, the maintenance part does.
But
You just, the project addressed the underlying concerns.
yes, it addressed it. It's one of those, do you ever have enough passing lanes? The answer is probably no. We'd love to have 4 lanes. I would like to have 4 lanes. Not everybody. But anyhow, but to answer your question, yes, did it address it? I believe so. So.
I think it makes sense to remove it.
Yeah,
If it's already.
Yeah, I just.
Address the core issue at least partially,
Yeah.
you know, or substantially, I guess maybe is the way to maybe properly phrase.
We haven't marked this complete.
Yeah, cause I know those were put in there years ago, but there's been a lot of improvement since then too, on both sides of that. So I don't see any reason to leave it there myself either.
We have it marked as complete here. We'll make sure the presentation reflects that.
Thanks, everybody. We need this.
And when you send out additional information, are there any cost estimates that we can get?
We don't have cost, I'm trying to look through you, Commissioner.
I got it.
to
No, I got you.
God.
I wasn't gonna try
I'm
to.
gonna use my X-ray.
I'd be
vision
shocked
to-
if John doesn't have cost estimates.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna, correct me if I'm looking at this a little differently. We're prioritizing our long-range plan list of projects, and then Victoria, I think this summer when we go to our 10-year updated list of projects, I think that's when we'll take a look at the top 25.
Yeah.
And not necessarily start with number one and work our way down. That's when I think we'd start looking at what's the cost, where do we want to fit this into our 10-year plan?
Yeah. So yeah, that whole robust conversation on the cost of things is still forthcoming. Your regional transportation plan doesn't really get into a whole lot of cost stuff. I know that's important, not to negate that at all, but we don't get into the cost, the serious cost estimation factors until later on when we're doing the 10-year plan.
But I would say we will get into that with the 10-year plan. So if that makes sense, Victoria, I guess it'd be stay tuned.
So I will try and withhold my judgment on that, but just for example, and not that this is true, but if that first project is $100 million project, does it really make sense to have it be number one? So even if there's some sort of order of magnitude of an estimate, it does help, kind of say, okay, did we get this right?
And that is an option of the TPR if you wanted to include, we've called it cost effectiveness, like a cost effectiveness measure, which tries to get just what you said, just sort of an order of magnitude, just as general estimate scope on projects, and then have that be an additional weighted factor. Is there a project here in your priorities that's sort of a budget buster that means you can't do anything else, or that is an additional criteria that we can look at if that's consensus of the TPR.
It feels like including cost estimates at this stage negate the fact of like the purpose of the long range plan, in the sense that we're trying to look at the holistic needs, irrespective of how much they might cost, because they're still going to be our number one need. So I think bringing in cost estimates today is a mistake, because if we make us weight these projects differently, we can do the weighting in the 10-year planning process and make the financial decisions then. But I think we should prioritize based on the genuine need of these projects, not their cost.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well said.
Victoria, I don't know if that helps.
Yeah,
You can look at the
we
fact
can't
sheets.
we can't tell if you're angry or happy. with
No,
that.
I mean, I get it. I get this is a process. I get I've been outvoted, so that's fine. I have no ill will. It's okay. People have different views and mine is different. That's all.
Okay. Victoria, I think if you go to the fact sheets to each of these project numbers, I think there's a old cost estimate that might help with that. Except for those two new projects. But looking at those two new costs, I don't want to speak. I don't think they'd be cost busters.
Well, there is, in the corridor plan, there are costs associated with some of those things, so the numbers are there, even they might be a little.
Inflated probably.
Yeah, well, yeah, they might have been conservative this year.
Everybody, please keep in mind too, by including projects, no matter how aspirational, they're now on a list for future grant opportunity funding from the federal. Don't forget that.
Yes, very good point.
Okay, I'm gonna move us forward to let's see. I'm gonna move us forward to just a second. Yeah, yeah.
Regarding mileposts and project limits, we appreciate input from all of our local partners as far as an area you would like us to address. You'll notice that we tend to shy away from mileposts in these projects just to not puff our hands, so to speak, several years ahead of time as far as project scope can go. That's why they're named a little ambiguously. But do please give us the mileposts that you're seeing problems with so that we can then address those in the future. Thanks.
All right. Transit projects. So again, you see lower scores, it's not indication of importance. It's not a indication of importance here. You just see general lower scores because certain factors like, of course, drivability, life, the pavement one, I think the resiliency one. There was a number of factors that you all selected that just they don't relate directly to transit. Really regraded this on I think just on 2 factors. So what you have here is the interregional service between Cripple Creek, Woodland Park, and Colorado Springs. Interregional service as scoring a 5, your top 2 projects. And the second one being interregional service between Canyon City, Florence, Colorado Springs. And then a transfer facilities, regional transit for Cripple Creek, Canyon, and Woodland Park, mobility management and expansion for the COG, and then Cripple Creek Historic Trolley restoration on CO 67.
So question on those, actually on the first one, for Highway 24 is that, Woodland Park falls within the MPO. And actually this subject came up just a couple days ago at PPACG, at our previous meeting about transit, between Teller County and Colorado Springs, but obviously for that group, Woodland Park is as far as they go. Is there any way with with projects like this where we're looking, at transit where we're crossing these boundaries because I'm not sure I shouldn't say I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything under this title in the PPACG transit plan. It's part of ours. I talked to one of the directors from Mountain Metro, and they talked a little bit about what they'd done 10, 15 years ago, just as a test, because they had a grant to do transit, but things have changed dramatically in the Woodland Park area since then, primarily due to Bible College, frankly, and a little bit population growth, but there's a lot of going up and down the pass, a lot more that's happening now. And I think your own numbers probably reflect that over the last 10 years. So all that to say, we have it on ours, but obviously we're crossing into the MPO. Is there a way to combine efforts in such a way that our funds here at Central Front Range are a shared cost rather than complete cost?
I'm gonna phone a friend on that. I totally, and generally speaking, there is another conversation that has to take place in terms of just generally matching priorities across TPRs. And right now at headquarters, we're sort of going back and forth on how we have that conversation. So we're having these conversations all throughout the state and then using the stack to say, hey, this was your number 1 priority. It does cross into your neighbor. How do we think about that? So that conversation is forthcoming, and this just happens to be a really good example of that. But to your specific, how do we mesh things across these boundaries that we have?
Because specifically the 2050 from PPACG on their transit goals, West 24 is not part of it.
Okay.
It's not on the map. They go as far as Manitou Springs and that's it. So, and that's where I brought up the question, have you looked at needs assessments? Have you looked at, and kind of the short answer was not recently. But we update these every 5 years is kind of the response that I got.
Okay.
So
Scott, did you want to talk about that at all?
I mean, I'm Scott Skinner, Region 2 Transit Liaison. I know we're working a little bit with some of these. And I know with DTR, regional study is one of the main things that they're really looking for in these regional stuff, when they're crossing lines and MPOs like that. So I would really move towards going towards like a transition or a transit plan for that area. And that way that we can sort of use those funds that way.
I think it's safe to say as well, Commissioner, that there's, if you notice on the transit projects, there's not really an operator identified.
Right.
And so the point I'm trying to make is that this is also considered this a placeholder for potential future state operated, maybe Mustang, maybe an outrider kind of thing. So we got to cross that bridge when we get there. I totally hear where you're coming from as far as sharing the cost burden. More than anything else, I'm heartened to see this at least show up again as a placeholder on the Central Front Range Plan. We know the demand is there. We know that the different providers, I pointed at Ted, have expressed interest in making that connection.
Yeah, and I totally get that. There's multiple different ones. The big thing that I've, that we've seen just in trends, for example, about 65% of county employees, and I don't know about all the other public sector employees, they live in El Paso County, work in Teller. Of Teller County residents, about 65% of them work in El Paso County. And, so there is, a lot of this, and then that's not taking Bible College and their 700 employees or, other employers and school districts, et cetera. I know school district, more than half of them are down the hill also. And so the traffic coming up is almost equal to the traffic coming down, at least from a just purely anecdotal, what do I see, compared to what I saw 15 years ago as I approach Highway 24. It used to be everything was going down.
Right.
But in the new world we live in now, they're going both directions. But both directions is good from a transit standpoint. Because then you can set up more regular service. But again, this is just pointing towards just cooperation between those, because right now PPACG, they're not looking west. And I'm not really sure they have a great reason other than they don't have the data to support looking west.
Right.
But it's a chicken and the egg thing also. I'm not sure they have the data, but what we're looking at is saying, yeah, we need it. And for our transit operators that we have in Teller County, they know that there's demand to go that direction, but how do we get it done? Because as soon as we cross into Woodland Park, now all of a sudden we're in that, it's not gray, but it's because there's clearly a line, but how do we get it done, especially in light of, the funds that we're divvying up versus what, PPACG might be being up within the MPF. So just trying to stir the fish up to the top of the barrel.
Well, on that project, it shows that it's funded by who?
It's on our list.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily that it's funded by who, Commissioner. I'd say it's operated by who is the actual question. Because the funding that you're looking at on like the 10-year plan, that's state strategic funding, as we call it. So it's a mix.
Well, that project's not on the 10-year plan though.
Really?
And 1067 is on it, 1081, I don't believe.
No, is it?
Both of those are on it, yeah.
I do think that it would be a great point to bring up to members in your area for constituents, for them they can make these comments, because I know PPACG is going to have an open house for these kind of events before their long range transportation plan is finally adopted. And I think that it wouldn't hurt to make sure that
Get some comments in there.
absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
And there is a local match that is tied to this. They use 20% match, so.
I have to air. And that's where we run into it, coming down the hill. Our finance folks in our cities like, wait a minute, you're taking our match and running into El Paso County with what's the benefit? Other than for local citizens. So we're trying to massage that too and try to work that out. So we're aware of that as well.
All right.
Didn't mean to completely derail it.
No, this is
Got really
why,
pregnantly quiet there.
this
That's
is,
fine.
this is why we're here. That is really the meat of what I have to present. I'll talk briefly about next steps and make sure that I've recapped, correctly. So here's our schedule. This is meeting number 3. We're doing our other meeting number 3s with your counterparts throughout the state. Hopefully finishing that up in around, March. And then when we meet again, let's make sure, let's see, I think, let me make sure I've captured, all of these comments here and, make sure we get. So one is, it does make sense to sort of package up the fact sheets that we had last time. I'll get those to Samantha, get those to you to be able to send out so we can all look at the fact sheets. The second thing was the combination of the third project here, the US 50 corridor and US 50 Canyon City, vulnerable users safety improvements. Maybe it's just a combination of that. And new B, US 50. So it's sort of taking all those and making that into one project. Was there anything else we're talking about? Rename this plan implementation. Plan implementation, okay. And then I think that will tighten up the list.
And then removing US 50 passing lanes.
US 50 passing lanes, yep. Making sure US 50 passing lanes is identified as completed. Yeah, thank you for that.
Final posts, like, if we have them, we should put them on there, or?
If we have them, if folks, want to, provide us with mileposts to make sure, like Jeff said, as a suggestion, right? As a suggestion.
I would, but even without mileposts. Yeah, but even without mileposts, especially, and I think the question that was asked was specifically on US Highway 24. Well, that could mean
Right.
Eastern El Paso County, that could mean Park and Teller. So just even saying west of such and such or east of such and such would at least direct people to know, okay, we're talking about Eastern El Paso County, or we're talking about this.
That's
Without knowing the mile markers.
That's
to Jeff's
lovely.
point.
Yeah, let's give some, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I like the idea of keeping the corridor. So maybe it's from Florissant to.
Yeah.
Blank.
Town to town cities.
And Terrell Junction, and we'll do something, right, where it's broad, and then once we get into the project development, we can identify something, but Victoria did make a good point of, is it Eastern or Eastern El Paso County, or
Yeah,
is
'cause I
it
couldn't
up
tell
in
you.
Park County?
That was gonna be one of my questions was, what's our scope?
And we have that because, and I know we have it because we can have supported without it, so
Yeah.
we'll make it clear.
Yep. And then go ahead, sir.
It seems really hard to prioritize the project, and I'll use Highway 9 as an example. Because I, in the last week, have traveled the entire length of Highway 9 in the RTP. And when it talks about shoulder widening, and you look at that and go, there are some specific spots, probably down near Guffey, where they could be widened. And then you go clear up to the top of Hoosier Pass, and they need some serious help, not just widening, but some serious help. And so if you don't have any clue as to where they are talking about shoulder widening, you don't know how to respond to it.
Your pass is getting wider all the time, every time it falls off.
Or is it shrinking? Yeah. So that's where there's, in my opinion, needs to be a little bit more communication.
Yeah, we can help you with that, but like I said, I whether it's between Canyon City and up to Hartselle, that's a different question, and whether it's from, fair play up to the top of the pass. And we can, I think, not just give the blanket statement, but I know we have that answer somewhere, so we'll take the look and make it clearer if next time we come to you.
Yeah. The other follow-up item was to reopen the survey. You wanted to reopen the survey, and we can have it open for we can have it open we could do another three weeks or so.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. That way those that didn't, will hopefully respond when we get some more.
Okay.
So what's the process for it? Because the next time we meet, we're supposed to be coming to you with a draft plan, so we need to know.
Well, if we have to redo this, we'll redo it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure.
This is at the discretion of the TPR, so.
Okay.
And we're okay on time. So if we have to. Yeah. Put it on me.
Survey, just how do we collect and gather this information? And if we need more time, that's fine, but I'm just wondering, what are the next steps for our next meeting versus what are next steps for this process that's.
Yeah, so let me talk through that. That's really good. Sounds like there's some things that we need to send to the TPR. That's one, that's the fact sheets. So at the next, and then we'll reopen the survey. Based on if we receive some additional projects, we will go ahead and just score those projects using the criteria that we've already decided. So, so then you all will also get a chance to look at the project fact sheets. So at the next meeting, we'll bring you back a revised version, or updated version of the priorities here, which will do what we've already said in terms of combining projects and then taking one of the projects off that's been completed. We'll also add in, if we hear from folks, there are additional projects, we'll add those too and score those. And then I think that's where that's what we should be bringing back to you for your next meeting.
So would that now be a meeting number 3A?
No, we'll do it at 4.
Okay.
And there may not be anything added. I mean, unless those of us that did it forgot something and add something, or somebody may have something, but I don't know. I think that opportunity's there though.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, and then, don't think we need to do anything in transit except for some kind of comment or coordination with with the adjacent MPO.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then, you all have this, the project, the handout. Next steps, we've covered that already. And then, I guess the worst case scenario, let's sort of talk about that. We receive a lot more projects if we open up the survey again. We would then present all that at meeting number 4. We would get things hashed out at meeting number 4, make sure we had your top 25 projects correctly identified. And then it would probably be something like us then bringing or having to send you a draft after meeting number 4. So that would be the worst case scenario. All right. So I think that's it. Just for your own benefit, next steps. We are working on some virtual town halls with our transportation, with our commissioners, transportation commissioners, which would be within the next few months. And then depending on your meeting number 4, we may be able to do it all in one meeting. If not, you'll be looking at a draft just soon after we finish the conversations at meeting number 4. And then I think you had already mentioned the joint CPR chair meetings, which are scheduled, which are getting scheduled here spring, summer. If you would also like to know just broadly other statewide plan information, you can click on or scan the QR code link and it'll take you to your transportation priorities, which has the CDOT homepage on this entire effort. And I think that is it.
That's it. Any questions or follow-ups from anybody?
Do you want to squeeze in CDOT maintenance?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
Hi, Chad. You're in bed.
I just wasn't there yet. I want to make sure anybody didn't have any questions on this other deal. No, you're up, sir.
All right, one of the big things I know people keep asking about is the rock fall we had up on 96. If you travel through there, you'll see some type 7. We had to take a lane and a half due to our geohazard team. They wanted us kind of leave a safe barrier there. We're expecting a little more to come down. We are working with Western Rockfall Mitigation, who is our contract and statewide contract in place. They're gonna come down. We're trying to wait for it to quit snowing. So we can get them down, so we can do a plan to take some more of the hill down. That will be coming. We just took that type 7 to set it up just to help if any more rocks come down. We're not expecting anything like we had. Langston Concrete is a contractor here Canyon City who hauled off all the rock. They hauled 576 in dump loads, which ended up being almost 15,000 tons. Started Tuesday at noon and we're done Friday at noon. So very impressive with that. So the good thing is that's all open for right now. It's just like I said, we have one lane westbound. We had to take out the turn lane to go down 165 for the westbound traffic. The other thing is one of John Hall's projects that we worked with, we were able to identify 2 culverts there. They're 72-inch. They go under 50, they're right next, just east of the prison. We're going to be doing a project to line those culverts through Justin Wardell, our hydraulics engineer. We identified them to him and he came up with the money. So we're actually starting that first phase of that project here for all the paperwork and meetings on Wednesday, the 15th. Otherwise, maintenance, snow plowing, getting hit every weekend, trying to keep up with guardrail, crack pouring, potholes and fence. Hoosier Pass is this year's been kind of a nightmare. And it usually is. We see, you get all that traffic through the skiing, especially on weekends. Then they have an accident, they close I-70 and they shoot all the traffic down Highway 9. Highway 9 is just not meant for it. We end up with semis coming from the backside because we don't have the chain up yet, which hopefully will be coming. So the semis don't have a place chain up on the backside, so when they come up, they get stuck, then we end up with a mess, so. Any questions?
What's the status on the barn? Are they moved from the corner to the
So,
barn out there? or
It's not completely finished yet. Hoping, it should have been done. We had some problems with natural gas. So as soon as that all gets done, passes inspection, we will be moving. And then, DOC, I had a meeting with them. They're gonna take it back over and they're gonna use that place to house their buses and I think some of their construction equipment. Because it is their property, we were just leasing it.
Was there a study done to see the impact coming out of over there on how that road sucks anyway, coming down Home Depot?
Well,
Just figure you got truck traffic, it's gonna get worse.
the good thing is for us, there's actually a light. Over here, there's no light and trying to get out of there. And you got, well, T-Zac Wholesome now with all their traffic, trying to get in and out of there was a nightmare. So we're really happy we'll have a light now.
Mhm.
And then, we're gonna have that new gas station across the street, which will be nice. I mean, we try to use all gas stations here, but that one will be really nice right across the street. So.
Oh, any other questions for maintenance?
Is it allowable at all with that issue on Highway 9? I know exactly what you're talking about when you're coming, south over Hoosier Pass is with no chain up station there and you got trucks diverted off of I-70 is, I mean, at any certain point where you can just say, you know what, no trucks over Highway 9, or is it because
No.
it's designated US highway?
If we tried to do that, I can't remember the correct name, but your truckers union would have us, seriously have us, because we really can't stop traffic to them unless it's a route closure for emergency or safety situation. The state patrol can't hit them because there's not a chain up station. A lot of times, even if there is a chain up station, if state patrol tickets them, it gets thrown out in county court anyways, because all those laws go straight to county court. And they don't like hammering down on truck drivers because they're carrying freight.
Anything else?
Yeah,
Here.
so R.M. Volkman, I'm president of Dewey Ditch Company. On 115 south, on the south side of town by the gas station, those bar ditches are starting to fill up. So if tailwater gets in there, sometimes it comes out on the highway. How can that be remedied?
I can get with you, I'm sorry, which gas? Is it by the True Value?
No, it's at Alta gas station up there on Elm.
Oh, okay, up there, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So in the past, we've had it where water is out on the highway, which is terrible for the highway, and so, if there's some way we could resolve that, you and I can talk.
Yeah, we can talk offline about that, see what we can come up with. That's kind of, yeah, it's a bad area, from there all the way up to the,
And at one point, it was just before COVID, it was online to be cleaned out.
Yeah.
And then everything stopped with that, so.
yeah, from there to the, basically the cemetery is, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That wonderful roundabout there. I won't talk about that one. It did fix the drainage though. I mean, it did help putting that water, as long as that did stays clean, that helped the drainage. Anything else for maintenance? We have any transit updates?
No, there is the DTR planning grant that's out, along with the CTE. CTE is more for, is zero emissions, but the DTR planning grant is for all type of transit. So any type of grant, big or small, or planning, big or small.
Okay, anybody have anything else? We're good to the order. Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. No, we didn't discuss the next meeting.
We discussed.
No.